Well, it's hello and good morning, everyone who's joining us here at the Anna Meares Velodrome. Our Thursday day of competition. We've been here 6 days. This is day number 6 of 9 for our AusCycling Track National Championships here. Our under-15s and our under-17s, they finished their competition yesterday. It's all about the 19s, the elites, and our para-athletes over the next few days. If you're joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel today, welcome. We've got some sprinting, teams pursuing. We've got so much racing on today that's going to travel all through to this evening. So much action to come. We'll get our first rider coming out onto the track. This is rider 129. This is Chris Mullins from Queensland, and this is the junior men's 19 200-metre sprint qualifying. We'll see what Chris can do. For those listening on the AusCycling YouTube channel, I'm going to wish my mum, Rose, a very happy 80th birthday today. I'm in Queensland, she's in WA, so happy birthday to my mum, Rose. I know she's going to be spoilt and have a wonderful day. Thank you for indulging me, everyone. I'll get back to work now. Chris Mullins, top of the track. And just visualise their ride here, the riders at this stage. And Chris will know this track inside out. It's his home track, AMV, fastest track in the world, without doubt. And Chris is going to come into the home straight this time, building up pace nicely. Fastest 12 go through to round 1, and Mullins goes through the 200 on top of a decent sized gear, moving nicely, nice and smooth in the upper body. Nice aero position, going to try and get himself underneath the 11 seconds. If he can, he'll come down, stop the clock. 11.223 for Chris Mullins. Welcome our next rider out onto the track, about to roll into the home straight with fairly conventional wheels in here. This is Keita Smalley from Queensland. Let's see how he goes here. Not got the disc wheel or the front 5-spoke, using the wheels that he's got available to him. So one thing I do know about Queensland cyclists for many, many years, the Queensland has always produced very fast track cyclist. Even when we were using Chandler Velodrome, one of the fastest outdoor tracks in the land, always produced fast cyclists. Keita goes through the 200. Let's see what he can produce here. On a fairly stock standard setup, going nicely through the first 100 metres. Keita will come to the home straight, finish off 11.57. Nice ride there from Keita. Our next rider out onto the velodrome now in the skin suit of the Netherlands, our Dutch international for this week of racing in the under-19s. This is Ravi Hermkens. You'll have seen Ravi up here for the last month in Queensland. Actually resides on the Central Coast, but has Dutch nationality. He came up to ride the Oceania Championships and found out that he wasn't able to because he does have Dutch nationality. But what he is able to do, he's able to ride our nationals as a Dutchman. He rode a personal best in the 1,000-metre time trial last night, a 2.5 PB. He's want to do the best time he possibly can here. Ravi goes in. Nice smooth line through the 200 here for Ravi as he goes down the back straight through the first 100, moving nicely, quickest time of what we've seen so far. holds onto the pace nice as he comes up, stops the clock. That's going to be a PB as well, because his PB before this was 11.2. He goes 10.971 for Ravi. A smile on his face, the Dutchman, a New South Wales Dutchman. Very nice guy, helps out with the live streaming here with Berlioz' crew. Very easy guy to get along with. We welcome our next rider. It's the big frame of our Queenslander, Nate Argent. He'll come through this time with 2 laps to go. Nate Argent getting on top of the gear here. Nice and strong through the 200. 10.97 is the top of the leaderboard. We'll see what Nate can do here as he goes through. Second quickest through the first 100. It just goes to show how good a ride Ravi's done. Nate will stop the clock. 11.07 goes to number 2. Nice ride. Ravi Hermkens finds himself top of the leaderboard for now with a 10.971. Our next rider about to roll down the back straight here from New South Wales. This is Jeremy Cannon. Double Ghibli discs in on the BT bike. Beautiful, beautiful piece of equipment here that Jeremy's on board. They'll come in this time, 2 laps to go. Getting on top of a sizable gear here. The biggest changes in track cycling is the gear ratios that are used in the modern era. Jeremy really building up early here. Wants to make sure he's well and truly on top of that gear. Let's see what Jeremy can come up with here. Nice line as he goes through the 200 metres. Heads down the back straight on top of the gear, really kicking it, trying to get as much out of it as he can. Second for the first 100 though. We'll see how he goes in the home straight. 11.06 goes to number 2. So Jeremy Cannon, he goes 11.06, just in front of Nate Argent, who was 11.07. Our leader still, Ravi Hermkens, 10.97. Our new rider, a Queenslander, who's going to come into the home straight, just at the top of the banking now. This is Sebastian Topping from Queensland. He'll be looking to get himself the top of the leaderboard inside that 11-second marker. Different tactics we see in the qualifying rides. Some riders start the build up from a very long way, as we saw with Jeremy Cannon. Other riders, they really use their explosive power at the top of the banking, then use the banking to run down and really build up the pace, get on top of that big gear. Sebastian Topping wrestling with the bike as he goes through the 200. He's on a very big gear here, possibly quite not on top of it when he went through the first part, 5.5 through the 3 for the 100. He'll come down, stop the clock. 11.05, they're very close at the top. 11.05, 11.06, 11.07. That's second, third and fourth, but 10.97, top of the leaderboard still is our Dutch international, Ravi Hermkens. He'll be happy with that. Now our South Australian Luca Piat, top of the banking. See what Luca can do here. Seen him race on the Anna Meares Velodrome the last several years. It's good watching these kids come up through the 15s and the 17s now into the 19s. See them develop as riders. They turn up skinny little kids a few years ago. Now they've all been in the gym, big lads, much stronger. And Luca Pyatt, he's going to come into the home straight this time. Let's see what Luca can do. Can he set himself into the fastest time? Moving very sharply through the 200 as he heads down the back straight. Nicely on top of the gear. He'll go through the first 100. Quickest time. Here we go. What's Luca going to set for us as he comes in and stops the clock? 11.002 goes to number 2. He was the quickest through the 100, just tailing off ever so slightly in the last 100, but it's so close. Our fastest time is 10.97. Our fifth fastest time is 11.07. Just to give you an idea of how they're all travelling at the moment. Our next man onto the track, about go under the scoreboard, is from Victoria, and this is Isaac Byrne. No pace on at all from Isaac. Visualising the ride, knowing and reminding himself where he's going to start picking up the pace, defying gravity at the moment at the top of the banking. Not only does that take some skill, that takes a lot of nerve and courage. The Victorian comes through, 2 laps to go. Just readjusting his hands on the handlebars. Low aero position. And slowly you can see him start to build up. He'll use the banking just to get on top of the gear a little bit more. Roll it through. Now at the top of the bank, out of the saddle, right next to the fence. Going to use the downhill of the banking as much as he can to get on top of the gear. He's got the gear rolling nicely, swiftly through the 200 as he heads down the back straight. This time, you see through the 100, fastest time at the moment. Can he be strong in the home straight and finish this one off? Yes, he can. 10.741 for Isaac Byrne. He goes top of the leaderboard. So Isaac Byrne, 10.741. Nice ride. He'll be happy with that one. And now the next three, our 3 riders. 2 of which got medals in the 1,000-metre time trial last night, and the first of those from the ACT is Angus Withington, is our rider on track. Let's see if he can get himself under the 11-second mark here. Got himself around the 1:4 mark yesterday. Superb individual time trial. Withington now building up pace. Double Mavic discs in, moving out of the saddle. On top of the gear nicely here. This looks like a powerful start for Angus Withington as he goes through the 200. Moving nicely down the back straight. We have a look to see where he is through the 100. Second at the moment, but Isaac Byrne's time was lightning quick. Angus is going to come up, stop the clock, 10.89. Nice ride. Puts himself into second place for now. A new rider heading down the back straight now from New South Wales. This is Patrick May. Patrick rode the 1,000-metre time trial yesterday, got himself on the podium, and just using a stock standard setup. When I say that, he's got the double disc, he's got the BT bike, but didn't use the tri-bars, the time trial bars, just used the normal dropped handlebars. So he's an extremely strong guy over the last part of the journey. He's getting up to speed now nicely. We expect a good time here from Patrick. Very strong, very fast. Nice down the back straight. Aero, not moving the upper body at all. Goes through the first 100. Fastest time so far. Where's Patrick going to stop the clock? He comes in 10.686. Goes to top of the leaderboard with just one rider to come. home straight. Representing Queensland, this is Mitchell Louis, our number 1 seeded rider. Patrick May is the quickest so far, 10.686. Isaac Byrne, 10.74. Angus Withington, 10.89. Then Ravi Hermkins, 10.97. Mitchell Louis building up pace nicely here. Right over the front end of the bike, got the big gear moving and flying down the back straight here. Looking for the quickest time here from Mitchell Louis, 5.1 through the first 100. How low can he get in the 10s? So low, 10.446, goes top of the leaderboard, number 1 qualifier. So Mitchell Louis, 10.44, Patrick May, 10.6, Isaac Byrne, 10.7, then we've got Angus Withington with a 10.89. Ravi Hermkins will qualify 5th with a 10.97. And then we have a gaggle of riders. Luca Pyatt from South Australia, 11.00. Seb Topping with 11.05. Jeremy Cannon with 11.06. Nate Argent with 11.07. They're the top 9. Chris Mullins, 11.2. Keita Smalley with 11.5. They're our qualified riders. We'll see them in the match race sprinting a little bit later. So we move on now in our under-19, junior men 19 sprint round number 1. Mitchell Louis was the fastest qualifier, so he actually gets a bye in this first round. We'll see him in the quarterfinals. We've got 6 heats in all, so we'll see 5 races here. The winner of round number 1, well, they will get to go into the quarterfinals straight in, and the loser will go to the repechage for a chance to get into the quarterfinals. We'll welcome heat number 2. Our second fastest qualifier from New South Wales is Patrick May, and his opponent from Queensland will be Keita Smalley. Keita has drawn the front spot. He'll lead away the first time. Patrick May, second quickest qualifier. There's not a lot between himself and Mitchell Louis, so it's going to be some good racing to come here today in the junior men's 19s sprint competition. Very impressed with Patrick's ride in the kilo yesterday. The times that he was able to produce with just a stock standard setup, normal sprint bars. Just goes to show just how strong he is, especially over that last lap and a half. He's got to take care of another one of these very fast Queenslanders, Keita Smalley. Coming to the home straight this time with 2 laps to go. Smalley trying to take him on here. Patrick May is having none of it. Good track craft here from Smalley as they head down to the back straight. Rather new to track sprinting, new to the 19s. Patrick May just lurking, finding out just how good Smalley is with his track craft. Patrick May dives in. Smalley knows the rules. He can't squeeze him out. Good, courageous riding there from Patrick May as he goes underneath into the metre line. Keeps having a look over the shoulder. Possibly just needs to get on with the job a little bit more. Just get into the home straight, get through the rounds. Not something the commissaires like to see, all the looking over the shoulder in these early rounds. But Patrick May comfortably through to the quarterfinals. We'll see Keita in the repechage. Looking for our next race to come up onto the line. This will be heat number 3. It'll be only our second race, but our Queensland competitor is Christopher Mullins. As we await the Victorian competitor, Isaac Byrne. Commissaires being very lenient here today. Isaac Byrne a little bit late to the line. Of course, they only need a 10-minute break between each round. Qualifying to first round in sprint racing, there's only 10 minutes is required as the designated break for the riders. So Isaac onto the line now. Commissaires being quite gracious with the time allowed here so far today to get onto the line. Isaac Byrne is our rider who's drawn the front spot. He was the quicker qualifier of these two. He leads the way. Looks like he possibly wasn't quite ready, not realising he was straight on. We do have the junior men's 19s individual pursuit qualifying this morning as well. He possibly thought that was going to go before his next ride, but quick turnaround for these guys from the qualifying into the first round as they roll down the back straight. Walking pace for the first half lap. The lead rider is obligated to do that. And they'll come into the home straight this time and receive 2 laps to go. No pace on at all, bottom of the track. Byrne quite happy just to keep an eye on Chris Mullins here. Big thank you to all of our volunteer staff here who are helping this championships run. And if you're watching us on the AusCycling YouTube channel, I can guarantee you our camera operators and our producer in the seat this morning are also volunteers. Parents of riders racing today, would you believe it, are bringing you all of these pictures very professionally indeed. As our Victorian leads, Isaac Byrne getting himself up onto pace. Mullins is in the slipstream though, very comfortably as they head down the back straight. Byrne has a look over the shoulder just to see if he's still got a competitor, and he does, and Mullins is going to try and get round him in the home straight, but Isaac's just a little bit too fast and strong. He'll go through to the quarterfinals, and we'll see Chris come back and try and get through to the quarters in the repechage. Heat number 4 up onto the track now. Welcome from the ACT. This is Angus Withington. Stood on the podium last night in the 1,000-metre time trial. Had a great ride. Great couple of rides in the qualifying and the final. And his opponent from Queensland is Nate Argent. Nate Argent, he's drawn the front spot. He'll lead away. He was the second fastest in the qualifications between these two. So far so good. The seedings are staying together from qualifying. Nate Argent leads down the back straight. Just keeping an eye on Angus at the moment. Angus will have the confidence in his qualifying time against his opponent, but you can never take a one-on-one sprint contest lightly. Well, if you ride a 9-second 200, you can, but in this situation, there's just a flick of the fingers really between these riders. Tactics really do come into it. The secret though, if you're going to ride a faster man or a faster woman in the girls racing, best idea, get in front of them. Try and hold them up. Try and make sure they can't use their absolute speed and power over that last 200. Because the stopwatch says if they do, they'll beat you. Now Angus Withington, plenty of track to work with here. Dives down. It's going to force Nate Argent to come up around the outside. So Withington's going to be able to judge his effort now down the back straight. He's up onto speed, out of the saddle again. He's going to put Argent on the hip. They wait for the rider to come out of the slipstream, then they accelerate again. It's a good fight from Argent. It's just too hard to get past the hip, coming twice as far around the outside. So Angus will go through to the quarterfinals. We'll see Nate in the repechage. Move on now to heat number 5 and our 5th fastest qualifier from the Netherlands. This is Ravi Hermkens. And his opponent from New South Wales is Jeremy Cannon. Good community in the track centre here. We've got James Glasspool, the South Australian coach, assisting Ravi here on the start line. And of course, the New South Wales coach, Sean Eadie. A lot of talent in the coaching stock here at the National Championships. I think that should be an event next year, maybe even before Sunday. We'll get all the coaches who used to race onto the track, and we'll just have a quick 6-lap Kieran. Could you imagine it? Eadie, Perkins, Aitken, Kelly, and Kudinov. We've got a few out there. It'll be a good race. I wonder if we can get that one done. Get some money donated for charity. Get them on the bike. Matt Gilmore there as well. Got him to sign a jersey last night. There's a lot of talent in our coaching stocks in the track centre. Not a few good mechanics as well. They come through with 2 laps to go. Ravi Hermkens leads the way. He'll be used to this track. He's been up in Queensland for a little while now, helping out, volunteering. He's a very good guy, but he's going to have to try and not be a good guy for a few moments and try and take on Jeremy Cannon here as they start to come into the home straight. Goes up, does the right thing against Cannon, but Cannon uses all the track now. A lot of work to do for Hermkens because there's not a lot between the 2 times of these 2 riders. Cannon leads down the back straight, kicking nicely out of the saddle. I don't think Hermkens can get up round the outside. There's not enough time for him here. Cannon strong from the front will go through to the quarterfinals. We'll see Ravi try and come back through the repechage. So good piece of tactical riding there from Jeremy Cannon. He was the 8th quickest qualifier. Hermkens was the 5th, but 10.97 was Hermkens, and after him it was 11 seconds, 11.03, 11.04, 11.05. They are so close, these riders, in their times. The slightest error can upset how your seeding went. This is our 6th and final heat of our junior men sprint round number 1. We welcome from South Australia, this is Luca Pyatt, and from Queensland we have Sebastian Topping. Just 0.01 of a second between these 2. Absolutely identical. Tactics are going to play a big part. Walking pace for the first half lap. Luca just letting Sebastian know that this is my right side if you want to try and come past it, as they roll through the 200-metre tape now. Staying nice and high up the track. When you're the second rider, you'll move around a fair bit if you're not happy with what the rider in front is doing. Try and dictate what the lead rider is going to do. Speed up, lay off, go forward. Try and just unsettle them. And maybe it has worked here because Luca Pyatt is a little bit nervous here, going a little bit early. Just trying to put Sebastian Topping under a bit of pressure. Topping, though, has got plenty of room to move as they go through the 200. Into the 200 now. Luca Pyatt, did he have enough gas on? Possibly not, because his opponent Topping has got up round the outside. He had a better run down the back straight, and he's going to take this one out. There was nothing between them in qualifying, almost identical, but the tactics for Sebastian have worked out that time. We'll see Luca try and come back through the repechage. Those of you joining us on the YouTube channel, there will be about a 10-minute break between racing as we give a rest of our Junior Men 19s, because the next event will be the Junior Men 19 Sprint Repechage. Move on now to our junior men sprint repechage number 1. The winner goes straight through to the quarterfinal. Welcome our first rider up onto the track. He's changed coaches for this ride. Ravi Hermkens from the Netherlands. And his opponent from Queensland is Nate Argent. The winner goes straight through to the quarterfinals. Nate Argent's decided he wants to lead. Goes to the front. Ravi Hermkens going to have to drop in behind. Good tactic here from Nate. There's not too much between the times of these two. Queensland would have watched the ride of Ravi's before. He's obviously decided that he thinks he can take him on from the front. It does take a little bit of track craft, quite a bit of track craft in actual fact, to be able to find yourself in the slipstream and still get round. They come together. The thought of rubbing elbows from Ravi. I think he got a little bit close to Nate and realised just how big Nate is. Wouldn't be taking him on in an elbow tussle. They head down the back straight. They start to build pace. Plenty of track to move for both riders. Nate Argent just keeping a good eye on where the man from the Netherlands is. The build-up pace. Nate Argent now decides to get underway. The work is going to be needed to be done now. Heavily in the back straight for Ravi Hermkens as they head away. Nate Argent, he's dictated terms to this point. He's too strong from the front, I think. He'll try and get in the slipstream here. Hermkens, Nate has a look at the wrong time. He ran home at him late, but Nate Argent uses good tactics there to put himself through to the quarterfinal. Repechage number 2. Repechage number 2 coming out onto the track now. Old school 3-up sprint here for 1 place. Welcome our riders. Rider 124 is Keita Smalley. 123 is Chris Mullins. And their opponent is the South Australian. Rider 130 is Luca Piat. So the South Australian leads away. It's going to be important, this one, to position yourself correctly. That's good riding here from Chris Mullins. Puts himself to the front. Going to have to keep the pace up, but he's got himself to the front for now to make sure he can keep an eye on everyone. That's the first part of the job done. We'll start to come into the home straight this time. Keita Smalley gets himself up into second. So now all the work to do for the South Australian as they come through with 2 to go. Do have to be careful when you put yourself in the front not to go too slow because the dive bomb is on with the riders from height. Mullins a little bit low on the track. It gives an opportunity here for the South Australian to pop back through the door. Good riding here from the South Australian. He saw an opportunity because the pace wasn't on at the front. Now, what can Mullins do from here? Can he get round? He's moving nicely down the back straight. He's got too much punch here, the Queenslander. Chris Mullins is going to go round and he's going to put himself into the quarterfinals nicely here. Good strong ride in the end. Smalley across in second, the South Australian for third. To all of our YouTube listeners, just resetting the track. We'll be moving on to the junior men's 19s individual pursuit qualifying now. 9 heats in all. A very, very talented crop of 19s taking on the individual pursuit over 3,000 metres here this morning. Change of pace now for our junior men 19s. Move on to the individual pursuit qualifying. We've got 9 heats in all. 3,000 metres the journey. The fastest 2 will go through to the gold final later on this evening. And third and fourth fastest times will race for the bronze medal. We welcome our first heat up onto the track in the back straight representing Western Australia. We have Patrick Shupkowski. In the home straight representing Victoria, we have Alistair Norris. Our first heat's underway. 3,000 metres of the track. Always tough to do the first heat. Absolute personal best times is what you'll be looking to do when you go out there. There's no point in holding anything in reserve in these rides. Ride your schedule by all means over the first part of the journey, but then if you think the schedule's a little bit too easy, absolutely lift and try and bring home with everything you possibly have. And Victoria versus Western Australia here. It's just day 2 of competition for our 19s and our elites. Friday, Saturday, Sunday still to come. We've got some big racing over the next few days. Teams pursuing, scratch races, eliminations, points races. So much to look forward to. Nothing between these two. Good contest thus far. And they go back to their start-finish point this time. Will be the first 1,000 metres. We'll get an idea of how they're travelling. Shupkowski in the back straight, 1:10.72, 1:11.2 for Norris. So, big secret, the individual pursuit. Get yourself away, get yourself moving quickly. Don't blow up in that first 1,000 metres. Don't go too quick. And then you'll be trying to take the best part of about 4 seconds off your standing 1,000 metre time, as opposed to your rolling 1,000 metre times for the boys in this age group. If you can do that, sitting around about a 3:22 pace for these guys. Shupkowski's moving nicely. The West Australian, he'll come into the home straight this time. 5.5 laps to go for him. He's an under 17 rider, got to race in Poland a few times as well. Into the home straight this time, the West Australian out to a sizable lead over Alistair Norris from Victoria. Shupkowski, halfway point for him now. He's gone through 2:18. So he's done the first 1,000 metres in a 1:10, the second 1,000 metres rolling in around about the 1:08 time. Alistair Norris, pretty similar, gone through his second kilometre at about 1:09. Let's see if these two can lift over the last part of their journey. 500 metres to go. He's starting to rock and roll the shoulders and the head there. Shupkowski is where Norris hasn't changed the upper body too much, and he's starting to just bring back the West Australian a little bit here. He's starting to lift towards the finish, which is what all coaches will want to see. 1 lap to go. The Victorian now starting to rock and roll a little bit, really making the full-on effort. Shupkowski into the home straight with half a lap to go here as the Victorian tries to bring him back. It's not going to be too much between them when they get to the line. WA versus Victoria for bragging rights on the first one. WA across the line. Goes across in 3:29.18 for Shupkowski, 3:29.67 for Alistair Norris. That's our first heat out the way. Move on to heat number 2. It looks like we have a scratching for our front straight rider. So we welcome in the back straight, representing Western Australia, this is Jaco Nell. Jaco Nell underway. He'll just be concentrating on what the coach has to say with him over this next part of the journey, trying to set the fastest time he possibly can. He was up here racing the Oceania Championships just a month ago. What a strong road background. See how he goes in the individual pursuit here today. Controlled start from Jaco here in the first 1,000 metres. Didn't get an opportunity to ride the 1,000 metre time trial yesterday. He'll be eager to show what he can do here. Third quickest at the moment, going through quite controlled here from Jaco. See where he is at the end of the first 1,000 metres and see how he can build into his racing here this morning. 1:14 first 1,000 metres here for Jaco. Comes under the tutelage of one of our best ever Teams Pursuit riders to come out of Australia and Western Australia. Peter Dawson is his coach, back with the Peel District Cycling Club in Western Australia. I'm sure he's watching intently if he's not working today. Let's see how his young charge can go. Nice and smooth on the bike, no worries there from Jaco. We're looking to increase his pace through this second 1,000 metres though. When he enters the back straight this time, he'll have 5 laps to go, the young West Australian. Still very smooth on the bike, still travelling in the third fastest time at the moment from what we've seen of Szulkowski and Norris. They both went through in 3:29. Jaco Nell, he's going to come up and get 4 laps to go this time. Have a look at where his time is at, 2:20. So his second 1,000 metres was quite nice. First 1,000, he rode a 1:14, but he's rolling at 1,000. He's ridden 1:6, considerably quicker than his opponents so far. So let's see if he can hang on to that sort of pace over this last 1,000 metres, because he will certainly propel himself up the leaderboard. He's already moved up into second quickest now. So Jaco, after what was a very tame start to his first 1,000, his second 1,000 was excellent. Still sitting in the second place spot at the moment. Jaco needs to use his big road sprint over this last lap and a half to really get himself up into that top spot of qualifying, with still a number of rounds still to come. 1 lap to go, gets himself up into first place now. Looking possibly around about the 27, maybe if he really goes, but maybe 28 here, which will put him into the top spot for now. Jaco now into the back straight. He's going to stop the clock. 28.118 for Jaco. He goes to number 1 for now. Move on to our next heat. This is heat number 3. Welcome in the back straight, representing Queensland. This is Zachary Douglas Savage. In the home straight, representing Western Australia, this is Toby Gallagher. Heat number 3 underway, Queensland versus Western Australia here. Zach Douglas Savage getting the bike up to speed here in the home straight. Double discs on the Avanti. Got the POC helmet. One of the most aerodynamic styled helmets that we saw brought into cycling a few years ago now, and haven't they developed different helmets for time trialling over the last 12 to 18 months. Moving nicely, both riders. Toby Gallagher goes through with a newer design of the POC helmet, so popular with the riders, this brand. Nothing between the two of them. 3:28 is the quickest time out on track at the moment. That's Jacques O'Neill. Both these riders up to speed nicely. We'll see how they're travelling through the first 1,000 metres when they get back to their start-finish points at this time. Nothing between the two. 1:09 for each of the riders. So these are the quickest starts we've seen. Gallagher just a little bit ahead of Zach at the moment on the stopwatch. Only 0.1 though, nothing to be concerned about. Got to get out, got to get fast in that first 1,000 metres. And then you want to start negative splitting what you've done in the first 1,000. Do a 1:09, you want to go 1:07, then you want to go 1:07 again or quicker. What you don't want to do is do a 1:09 and then do a 1:11. That would say the legs are a little bit too juicy and you've started a little bit too quickly. And Zach Douglas Savage, he hasn't started too quickly. He's motoring here, really moving nicely. Got himself out to a lead over the top of the West Australian. And he goes through that time with 5 laps to go. Douglas Savage really moving nicely. We'll see how he's going through the 2,000 metres as he heads down the back straight this time. 2:15 to 2:17, so really moving nicely here. Douglas Savage setting himself up for around about 22-ish. If he can really bring this last 1,000 metres home. Gallagher wants to get himself inside the 28 time. Just slowing down over the last part of the journey. 2.5 laps to go for Gallagher as Zach goes through now. 500 metres left for him to go. It's going nicely as well. Trying to get himself around that 22 maybe. Just falling off a little bit, maybe 23, 24, but we'll see how he goes. Really going to fight on in this next last lap. Zach goes through. 1 lap to go this time. On for about a 23, 24 pace. Let's see how Zach goes. Half a lap to go. Fights all the way through to the finish here, through the 200. He's going to stop the clock. Zach Douglas Savage, 3:24.123, top of the leaderboard. Toby Gallagher will come through, stop the clock, 3:29.468. Move on now to our next heat. This is heat number 4. We'll welcome in the back straight from Queensland is Sam Hilditch, and the home straight from Victoria is Oli Jirovic. Away now, heat number 4, Hilditch and Jirovic. And up here racing the National Championships for the last several years in the junior ranks. Through 17s, now into the 19s. Good start here from Jerevic. Hilditch just a little bit slower out of the blocks, but Oli is really moving here, really moving quickly over this first 1,000 metres. Well and truly up on the schedule as well as Oli. Heads down the back straight. Certainly going to go nicely through the first 1,000 metres. We'll see how that stacks up over the last 8 laps here, because he is flying at the moment. Well and truly up over the top of his schedule, as we see his coach walking backwards rapidly to try and give him the time splits. We'll see how he's moving as he comes into the home straight this time. This is a very quick start here from the Victorian. Goes through 1:08.01. Sam Hilditch goes through 1:11. Still a nice controlled start. Impressed to see what Oli can do here as he goes through the next part of the journey. Still up on the schedule as he gets 7 laps to go. Hilditch moving nicely. He's got Jordan Kirby, the Queensland coach, calling him all the shots. All the experience in the world and the coaching staff there for Kirby with individual pursuiting. 2017 world champion. Hilditch goes down the back stretch. Jerevic still moving very nicely indeed. He's going to come through this time and receive 5 laps to go, the Victorian. He doesn't seem to have faltered, has he? Still up on his schedule. Hilditch just being asked for a little bit more from the coach. Jerevic just readjusts himself, repositions himself in the seat. He'll come up through 4 laps to go this time, the Victorian. Has gone through 2:11. He is still moving rapidly because he went through in 1:08. Now he's going to flying 1:03, 1:04 there. So he's definitely on a good ride here, Jerevic. He comes into the home straight this time and he'll receive 3 laps to go. Midway pack to try and set the fastest time he possibly can, because they all get to see the time. All of his opponents, they'll be able to judge just how fast they really have to move. Come through this time. 2 laps to go for the Victorian. It's a solid performance that he's doing. He really hasn't faltered yet. And now he's going to start to really lift over this last lap and a half. He's a tough kid and he's really starting to lift. Jerevic comes into the home straight this time to receive 1 lap to go as Hilditch leaves it just inside the 3 minutes there. Possibly looking at around about the 3:17 mark here, unless he can lift to a 3:16, but he comes into the home straight at this time, the Victorian. He's going to stop the clock. 3:15.76, gets inside the 16. Hilditch is doing a nice one as well. He goes to second with a 3:20. But Jerevic has decided, you're going to have to come out and catch me, everybody else, with a 3:15.766 there. Move on to heat number 5 now. We welcome in the back straight the rider from South Australia. This is Alec Guglielmucci. And in the home straight, representing the ACT, is Hayden Stevens. Away now in heat number 5 of 9. Mucci from South Australia. Hayden Stevens from the ACT. Top time so far from the Victorian, Oli Jurovic, 3:15.766. Great ride. Got some good bike riders to come though, haven't we, in this junior ranks? Jonas Shelverton, Lockie Walters, Will Brown, Tom Waits, Ollie Ward, Sam Washington, Toby Jones. Still got some very, very good 19s in this field. They'll be trying to set the best time they possibly can, get themselves a national title. As we think about teams pursuing moving forward into 28 and 32, it's reasonable to be looking at this group. Halfway point now, after they went through four laps through, not halfway point. 1:10 for the South Australian, 1:11 for the ACT rider. They're up on a similar time sort of pace as we've seen with Sam Hilditch and Zach Douglas Savage for that first 1,000 metres. Give you an idea, Hilditch went through in a 3:20. And of course, it didn't look like a 3:20 because he had a man on the other side of the track riding a 3:15. But Hilditch's ride was spot on. Nice piece of riding. These two sitting around that pace at the moment. We'll see how they go through their second 1,000 metres. They get 5 laps to go now. The South Australian just leading the man from the ACT. We'll go around this time to just get 4 laps to go, so we'll get a great understanding now of how they're going through that first 8 laps. 2:16, 2:15. So they're there and thereabouts for a short 20 pace here, somewhere in between Hilditch and Douglas Savage. If they can really finish off nicely here. They are going to have to lift though. Get themselves as high up the leaderboard as they possibly can, as there are a number of good heats still to come. 2.5 laps to go for both riders. They'll come through now with 500 metres to go. And the ACT rider, Stevens, has got himself moving here. Goes through 2:47. At about a 35 flying to that. He's around about the 22 mark at the moment. So he could get himself down to the time of Hilditch here nicely. Goes through 3:03. So looking around about 3:20, 3:21 here. He's trying to lift down the back straight. Stevens lifting really nicely as well. He'll come in the home straight, might even get inside 20 here as he comes up to finish off. 3:19.597 for Hayden Stevens, 3:21 for Alec in the back straight. So Hayden goes into second place for now. Move on to our next heat. We welcome in the back straight from South Australia. This is Jack Sloan. In the home straight representing Queensland, this is Lachlan Walters. Heat number 6 of 9. Getting to the fast guys now, but we've already seen a very fast one from Oli Jirovic, 3:15. It's going to put him there and thereabouts, I think, in the top 4. We do have some fast guys still to come, though. We'll see how these two stack up against those times. Jack Sloan and Lockie Walters. Lockie Walters got himself up to 3rd place at the moment, building into his first 1,000 metres nicely. Sloan going with him, nothing between the two. 9 laps to go for the two riders. Walters up into 2nd, Sloan now up into 4th. That's the rolling time we see. So we'll have a look and see how Walters is through the first 1,000 metres here. He'll get 8 laps to go. Goes through 1:08.9 to a 1:10 for Sloan. So nice riding here from Lockie Walters. Puts himself right up in that 3:19, 3:20 sort of pace at the moment. If he can be strong through the end of the 2nd kilometre and then strong through the 3rd kilometre, he'll get himself a little bit quicker than that again. Walters moving nicely. Sloan very smooth. Position on that bike, not moving around at all. We get 6 laps to go for these two guys. Just about a 1.5 seconds difference between these two as they travel through the track. Four laps to go when they get back to their start-finish stations here. Walters goes through 2:14. It's about 3 seconds slower than what the Victorian did, Ollie was doing earlier. But he's right on pace to where Hayden Stevens was and also Sam Hilditch. So good riding here from Walters. Really try and lift over that last 2 laps. Try and get himself inside that time of 3:19. Comes through this time. 2 laps to go now. Goes through 2:46. So sitting around the 18 pace at the moment for Walters. 1.5 laps to go. He's got the edge over the top of the South Australian. Sloan sitting down and around about 7th place. So Walters needs a big finish. Around about the 19 pace is going to be touch and go to see if he can get himself up into 2nd. Just getting a little bit heavy through this last half lap for Lockie. It's a good ride though as he comes into the home straight. He's going to stop the clock now, Walters. 3:19.636. Sloan goes across 3:23. And Walters puts himself in 3rd for now. Move on now to heat number 7. We welcome in the back straight from South Australia. This is Oliver Ward. And in the home straight from Tasmania, we welcome Jonas Shelverton. Away now. Heat number 7. 3:15.76. The top time so far. Everybody else around the 3:19, 3:20 mark. pretty normal for our junior pursuiting. We'll always have 3 or 4 guys each year, 2 or 3 guys, should I say, who can get themselves really low in the standings, around the 14s and 15s, a little bit quicker sometimes. The majority of our riders tend to be coming through in the 19s and 20s. That's what we're seeing again. So great depth of talent in our junior riders, and of course so many opportunities for them now with everything that's happening in the road scene here in Australia. So big opportunity to be able to just increase the strength and go through. Shelverton moving nicely, the Tasmanian. See how he goes through the first 1,000 metres. He's gone through 108.9, so close to a 19. Ward 1919 himself. So pretty well evenly matched. They're just a little bit outside the starting 1,000 metre time of Girovec from Victoria, but he really did fly through that first 1,000 metres, riding 106. And then he went very quickly indeed. So we'll see how these two go. 6 laps to go. Both riders still sticking on their schedules nicely here. Oliver Ward looks very, very smooth in the pedal straight, not moving the upper body at all. And Jonas Shelvin, will come into the home straight. Just rocks and rolls the shoulders just a little bit, part of his natural style. He really does move nicely around the track. 4.5 laps to go for these two. Shelverton leads the South Australian. And come to the home straight and see how he's going through with 1 kilometre to go. 2:12.383 for Shelverton. He's travelling just about a second behind the pace of the Victorian. So he's right on a good one here. Trying to get that little bit quicker. So he's on about 1:4 flying pace. Let's see if he can get himself inside the time of Girovec. At the moment, he's around the 16-17 pace. See how he goes over this last 2.5 laps. The Tasmanian into the home straight this time. Can he lift? Can he get really moving here? Goes through 2:44. So he's there and thereabouts. Possibly around the 16-ish mark, 17-ish mark. We'll see how he goes with the 1 lap to go. The coach asking for just a little bit more. Right on the 3-minute point there. So 16 to 17 here, just to see how he can sprint over the last lap for the Tasmanian. Can he get into a little bit quicker? Bring it home. Can he get inside the 16 marker? He comes up, stops the clock. He can. 3:15.847. Oliver Ward finishes in the back road once again with a nice 3:20. But Shelverton really lifted over that last half lap, sprinted for the line, gets himself 3:15.84, just slightly behind the time of the Victorian Ollie Girovec, which was 3:15.76. We move on to our penultimate heat now. We welcome in the back straight from South Australia. This is Will Brown. And in the home straight from Queensland, we welcome Thomas Waits. Away now, this heat number 8, our second to last heat. Got some good times to look forward to. 3:15.76. Girovec the Victorian, the Tasmanian Shelverton 3:15.84. This is the nervous time for our top 2 qualifiers, with 4 riders still to come, but they've done the best they can. They've put themselves in the box seat to see if they can get into the medal write-offs here today. Nothing between these two, Waits and Will Brown. Having a look at the times, they're travelling 6th and 8th at the moment, so a little bit more of a controlled start here. We'll see how they are through their 1,000. They're starting to pick up pace. Waits up into 4th fastest. Don't have to panic too much about the start. You do want to be there and thereabouts. Tom Waits comes into the home straight this time. We'll see how the first 1,000 metres stacks up. 1:08.6, he's into second straight away. 1:10 for Will Brown, but he's not moving slowly at all, is he? Waits has got himself into the zone of Shelverton and Jerevec straight away. He'll come through this time with 7 laps to go. We look forward to seeing how he's travelling through the first 2,000 metres. And he gets 4 to go in the next couple of laps here. The Queenslander leading the way in this heat. Got the edge over the top of the South Australian. The South Australian still moving nicely, but still about a second and a half behind that of the Queensland rider. Waits comes into the home straight. He'll see 5 laps to go this time. I get a good understanding of how he's travelling. Not too bad at all. Probably around the 2:12 pace. As long as he can bring that home over the last 1,000 metres, he's put himself in a good position. He'll come through this time. 1,000 metres to go for the Queenslander. Goes through 2:12.5. 3rd fastest just at the moment, but have a look at Will Brown. He's moved right up to 13.4, so he's starting to take some time out of the Queenslander. They're both going to have to lift that little bit more over the last 3 laps here to get themselves in front of Jerevec and Shelverton. They're heading that way at the moment. They get through, 2.5 to go. They'll come through. 500 metres left to travel. Now, as they go across the line, we'll get a good understanding of where they are. They're certainly there in thereabouts here to get themselves under the 3:15 time. Not by much. We're only talking 3:14. They come to 1 lap to go, these pair. Queensland just in front of South Australia. The South Australian just starting to rock and roll a little bit more. Waits down the back straight, right on the tip of the saddle. Nothing between the two. Good opportunity here. Can they get inside the time of Ollie Jerevec? They'll come up and they'll both stop the clock. They slowed over the last lap or two. 3:18.359 for Waits. He goes to 3rd. 3:18.42 for Will Brown. Through 2,000 metres, they were both right on it, but the last 2.5 laps just fell away ever so slightly to the pace that's already been set by Jerevec and Shelverton. Well, they are going to find themselves in the medal rounds. No worries at all. They just have to sit there for one more ride and find out whether it's going to be the gold and silver or for the bronze. Well, we welcome our final heat of our junior men 19 individual pursuit qualifying out onto the track in the back straight. Representing Western Australia, we welcome Sam Washington in the home straight. Representing Queensland, we welcome Toby Jones. Two very accomplished under-19 athletes out on track now. Sam Washington was a former national record holder of the individual pursuit in the under-17s. Over 2,000 metres, he was able to do 2:14. Had that taken away from him this week by a young man from Victoria in the under-17 categories. Lockie Stewart rode 2:12. Washington raced last night and he won the 1,000-metre time trial. Went as quick as 1:03.5 in qualifying. It was a little bit slower in the evening, but he won the championship just the same. These two starting quite controlled through this first 1,000 metres. See how they travel through. See where they are at the end of 1 kilometre. Jones and Washington, 5th and 7th at the moment, 1:09s for both. Bit of work to do for these two riders over the next 8 laps. 3:15.76 and 3:15.84 are the two top times at the moment. And those two rides went through in 1:06 and 1:08 for the first 1,000 metres. Visibly starting to move quicker though. Jones and Washington. Remember, it's the last half of this race where they really have to be strong. 3rd and 4th at the moment though on the timesheets. Washington and Jones. They'll come round and see 5 laps to go this time, these two riders. 2nd and 3rd now. They're moving up the ranks. Jones and Washington. This is what I expected to see. Jones and Washington, nothing between the two of them though. They are identical virtually on the track as they go across the pursuit line. Still 2nd and 3rd for the moment. When you come to think of it, there's only 0.08 between 1 and 2. This is very tight at the top. They go through 2:11.59 for Jones, 2:11.82 for Washington through the 2,000. Jones moving nicely, very swiftly indeed. Washington's going to have to lift a little bit here to be able to go with Jones. They rode 2 1,000-metre time trials yesterday. They might just be getting in the tops of the thighs as they get 500 metres to go here. Jones now goes to number 1. Fastest on track at the moment for Toby Jones, the Queenslander. Only 3rd for Sam Washington with some work to do over the last part of the journey. But Jones is flying as he comes through with 1 lap to go here. Setting himself up nicely around the 13, maybe even 12 mark here for Toby Jones. Some work to do for Washington. The legs are starting to tie up, but we'll have a look at the time of Toby Jones as he comes into the home straight and he will stop the clock. 3:14.78. Washington, not Welsford. Washington goes across the line in 3:16.961. He will get himself up into 4th, so he's still going to ride for a medal, a chance to get the bronze. But Toby Jones qualifies in 1st place, 3:14.788. Change of pace. We move back to our junior men 19 sprint ride-offs now. This is the ride-off of a 9 versus 10 versus 11, as we've seen with our sprint program. Just giving the riders that extra ride on the Anna Meares Velodrome, and there's such an investment into racing competition. Give them that extra ride. Our first rider up onto the track, Ravi Hermkens. He's done a couple of PBs here today and yesterday in the 200-metre flyer and also the 1,000-metre time trial. His first opponent is Keita Smalley from Queensland, and we just wait on Luca Pyatt from South Australia. So they roll away. Nice to see some 3-up sprinting happening this week. As the South Australian leads. It's a bit of a change of tactics when you do the 3-up sprint. You can't just wait and see what happens over that first lap and a half. You've really got to treat it more like a finish, almost of a scratch race. If a breakaway in a scratch race, pace is on a little bit more. You've got to be a little bit more attentive. Got to be prepared to go from a little bit earlier, put yourself in a better position. They'll head down the back straight. Smalley on the front of the group. Luca Pyatt. They go down the back straight, and Hermans sees the door open. Hermkens, good piece of sprinting there. Showed a lot of courage to go through the gap. It's very easy for people to shut the door, but they didn't, and now he's out of the seat. Moving nicely here, Ravi. He qualified in 5th. He's going to end up in 9th. So the tactics, he'll learn more and more as he goes, gets himself up for the win there. Nice way to end your competition, always with a win. And the South Australian up into 2nd, then the Queenslander for 3rd. Move on now to the junior men sprint quarterfinals. We welcome up onto the track our 2 Queensland riders. Rider 123 who joins us on the line first. This is Chris Mullins. His opponent, rider 122, is Mitchell Louis. Mullins has drawn front spot. He'll lead away this time. Mitchell Louis, the fastest qualifier of the group. Looking for 2 straight rides to get himself through to the semis. But first he has to take on his teammate, Chris Mullins, as they roll down the back straight. No pace on at the moment. Changes abruptly when it goes 1-on-1 as opposed to 3-ups. Mullins quite happy to lead slowly at the bottom of the track. Louis showing some good track craft there. No pace on whatsoever. He knows this track though. This is their home track. these two riders start to build up a little bit faster into the back straight at this time. They ride such large gears nowadays, they need to be able to get on top of it. Louis takes full advantage of getting underneath Mullins. Now he starts to build pace, so now he's going to keep Mullins up on the hip. We're going to dictate just how fast we're going to go and when we're going to start the sprint here. The lead rider will go down the back straight. He'll have a look under the saddle just to see where his opponent is. But Louis just a little bit too strong here in this ride. He'll go through for ride number 1 in the quarterfinals. Move on to Heat 2, Race 1 now, the best of 3, Junior 19 Sprint quarterfinal. We welcome our first rider up onto the track from New South Wales. This is Patrick May. His opponent from Queensland is Nate Argent. Argent's drawn front spot, so he'll lead away in the first race. Good ride in the first round for Nate. He took on Hermkens. Hermkens, the 5th fastest qualifier. Nate, I think, was the 8th fastest. But there's nothing between them, though. There was 5th fastest, 8th fastest. It was literally the difference of 10.97 to 11.05 between that little group. So 4 cyclists in there, less than a click of the fingers between them. And now he's going to take on Patrick May, who's just a little bit quicker than a lot of them. But Argent wants to sit in second wheel, and Patrick May, he does a very good 1,000-metre time trial. He's quite happy to lead. They'll come to the home straight this time with 2 laps to go. Patrick May keeping a good eye on where Argent is now. Argent wanted the 2nd spot, so he's going to now have to try and force May to start this one a little bit earlier. Now out of the saddle, Patrick May not going to run the risk of getting a dive bomb from above. He gets up onto speed here, well up onto pace now, settles in. You see the sprinters in this situation, they tend to get themselves at about 90%. He likes to have a look over his shoulder, doesn't he, Pat? He's going too quick for Nate Argent. They're coming to the home straight. Nate's going to try and come at him late. A good tactic, but wasn't able to get there. Patrick May takes race on number 1. We welcome heat number 3 now, race number 1. And from Victoria, we welcome Isaac Byrne. And from Queensland, we welcome Sebastian Topping up onto the Anna Meares Velodrome. Isaac Byrne leads down the back straight. He was the faster qualifier of these two. And we always see with the Queensland riders when we come up to Queensland, there's so many quick bike riders who reside here in Queensland. Of course, the Speed and Activation program of the Australian cycling team is now based up here in Queensland as well. For those of you old school people like me, Speed and Activation means Sprint and BMX program. They head down the back straight, and our two sprinters getting underway, and Topping getting himself up around the outside nicely here of Byrne. Can't quite get the full length, it doesn't look like. So Byrne's pushing back through. Good sprinting here from both riders. Topping did the right thing, he just couldn't quite get past the whole way. And you can't just chop down like the old days, and Byrne, too strong, pushes his way back through, takes that one out. Race 1, heat number 4 now in our junior men's 19 sprint quarterfinal. We welcome the ACT rider. This is Angus Withington. He's our 4th qualifier here today, and his opponent will be Jeremy Cannon of New South Wales. Cannon rolls away. A little bit more pace than what we've seen from some riders so far. We'll be very attentive to the pace of Angus Withington. Those two riders will have raced against each other quite often over the years. The ACT and New South Wales rider. Good pace on here at the front from Cannon. It's going a little bit early maybe. Withington needs to get himself up into the slipstream. Wasn't really ready for a long one, but now he's got his eyes firmly in the sights here now for Withington. Gains some height. Cannon was just trying to find his way through the 200. Going well down the back straight though. He's got him up onto the hip here. Cannon takes on Withington nicely. Got on top of that big gear. Withington throws it away in the home straight, and Cannon takes race number 1. So good contest here from these juniors. I thought Cannon had got himself a little bit tied up at 1 lap to go as he was trying to get on top of the gear, but he was able to put Withington on the hip. Takes care of race number 1. There'll be a slight break of about 10 minutes for our sprinters before they come out for ride number 2. We move on now to heat number 1, race 2 between Mitchell Louis and Chris Mullins in this quarterfinal, best of 3 for our junior men's 19 sprint. Two Queenslanders roll away. Mitchell Louis has shown that he's just that bit quicker than everybody else here today so far. As they head down the back straight. Chris Mullins trying to work out what he needs to do to try and get himself in front of Mitchell across this finish line. Coming to the home straight this time, 2 laps to go. Mitchell Louis just going to keep a good eye on Mullins. As much as he's been the fastest qualifier, and he's just that little bit, going that little bit better than the rest of the field so far, you want to still look after the legs as much as you can. There's still a big day of racing ahead. They head down the back straight. Louis keeping Mullins exactly where he wants him at the moment, just keeping him on the hip, keeping him slightly high. He's going to dictate when the sprint starts. Mullins hasn't taken him on yet, so Louis can just dictate terms as they go into the back straight this time. Now he gets up onto pace, riding a pace that Mullins can sit in the slipstream, not able to come out of it this year. And Louis will go through to the semi-finals. Heat 2, race 2, up onto the track now. The rider who has won up in this best of 3 series is the New South Wales rider, Patrick May. His opponent from Queensland is Nate Argent. Pat May leads down the back straight. Just going to keep a good eye on Nate Argent. Nate Argent, when he gets the speed up and starts moving, he's very fast, very strong. Patrick May's not going to let him use that strength and speed. Going to keep a good eye on him as they head out underneath the scoreboard. Argent being down the bottom of the track like that doesn't allow you for much finesse. They go into the home straight this time. Patrick May builds up pace nicely. Nate Argent starting to build some height to try and get on top of the gear, but Patrick May just rode away from him. They head down the back straight. Patrick May loves that look over the shoulder. He's going to have to look at that one. Keeps looking over the shoulder, but he's going to cruise across the line well in front of Nate Argent and find himself in the semi-finals. Heat 3, Race 2. We welcome back Sebastian Topping from Queensland. His opponent, Isaac Byrne. Great race between these two. The first one. Good tactics employed by Seb Topping in the first one, but Isaac Byrne just a little bit too strong. And roll away this time. What can Seb do this time? Can he force it to 3 rides? Just the walking pace for these two as they go down the back straight. Seb Topping, he had the opportunity, the element of surprise in the first race. Isaac Byrne quite happy just to follow on for this one so far. They'll come up with 2 laps to go this time. Not too worried about anything at the moment, the Victorian. Riding very close to Topping. And they start to go into the banking at a slow pace. Now Seb starting to build things up a little bit here. Just going to keep Isaac above him. He could have probably done all right with just staying down low and keeping it slow and making Byrne, forcing Byrne into moving first. But now it's a question of just getting up on top of the gear. Isaac Byrne up round the outside. They're quite happy at the moment as they go into the back straight. Now Topping underway. Byrne's got some work to do though. He's got to get himself up round the hip. He's moving like he's going to. They come together a little bit as they go through the bend. Isaac Byrne, he'll cross in first place. Commissaires might look at that one, but he had the pace up round the outside, the Victorian. Heat 4. Race 2, Heat 4. And welcome back the rider from the ACT, Angus Withington. 4th fastest qualifier here today. Trails 1-0 at the moment to Jeremy Cannon of New South Wales. Angus Withington leads the way. He was on the podium last night in the 1,000-metre time trial. He's on some great form. He was 4th fastest qualifier here earlier today. Jeremy Cannon got the better of him in race number 1. Got in front, put him on the hip, and it really started moving nicely, Cannon. Very little between the speeds between the two. So can Angus force this to a 3rd ride? No pace on at the moment. Withington just keeping a good eye on Cannon. I'd like to think that he's going to have absolute flames coming off his ears at 1 to go to really try and use all the speed that he really has and strength that he has. He rides the 1,000-metre time trial beautifully. 1-4 yesterday in the 1,000-metre time trial, and he did it a couple of times through qualifying and in the final. I'll go through with 2 laps to go this time. Still no pace on at the moment. See how their legs react to the jump start as they head down the back straight. This time, Cannon started to give the idea that he was possibly going to move forward. Now he goes high up on the track, forcing Withington to come up with him. So now the second rider dictate terms a little bit. There's still plenty of track to work with now. Angus Withington doing the right thing, just getting himself down the track. Building up pace with 1 lap to go. It's going to be a standing start sprint from these two as they go through the 200 now. Withington underway this time, putting the pressure on Cannon. Cannon gives it away straight away. Doesn't even want to take him on. He knows he's done from there, and the ACT rider will take that one. It'll be 1 rider apiece. So we will see them again. But we'll see them in 30 minutes' time because we will be moving into a 30-minute break in our program, ladies and gentlemen. Just confirming a 30-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having a 30-minute break in the program. We'll be back at 1:45. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you all back to the next session on our program today. We'll be moving on to the Junior Men 19 Sprint quarterfinal. This is the deciding ride of heat number 4. And we're going to welcome Angus Withington of the ACT back up onto the track. And his opponent will be Jeremy Cannon of New South Wales. One ride apiece. It's been a good contest between these two. See who's going to make the semi-finals. So it'll be Jeremy Cannon's turn to lead away this time. Did a good ride in the first event against Angus. Took him on, kept him on the hip. Angus returned the favour in ride number 2. Angus the faster qualifier between the two. Jeremy Cannon taking him on. This is how he beat him in the first one. They head down the back straight with 1.5 to go. No room between the back of the bike and Angus Withington then. No element of surprise happening here. It's going to be a drag race between these two. Who's got the legs? Withington trying to get up past the hip of Cannon as they head down the back straight this time. Doing a good job of it. Cannon going to try and force his way through still as they come into the home straight. But Withington will get the run off the banking. Put himself through to the semi-final, and his seeding will hold true. 4th seed goes into the semi-finals. We move on from our sprint competition back into some qualifying rides, and we welcome our Elite Men Teams Pursuit qualifying round. We've got 3 teams this year competing. First and second qualifiers will go into the gold medal ride this evening. Our third fastest team, they'll take the bronze medal. We welcome our first team up onto the track. This is the team of Victoria. Lawson Franzman, Mitch McGovern, Dylan Proctor-Parker and Logan Taplin. Just a reminder to all of our photographers around the place and spectators, just a request from our commissaires, please don't lean over the fence line when the riders are on the track. Please stay behind the railing. Victorian team underway. 3 teams this year. Last year we saw the final between Queensland and Western Australia. Less than 0.2 of a second, if my memory serves correctly. A West Australian team winning the championship last year. No WA team this year. Victoria, New South Wales and Queensland are putting teams out on the track though. I expect they'll need to be down around the 4-minute mark to make the final here, as per the last couple of seasons when we've seen them racing. The Victorian team go through, moving nicely together. We'll see how they're travelling through this first 1,000 metres, get an idea of where they are there and thereabouts. Just 1:08 for the Victorian team. So quite a controlled start when you think of the times that need to be set to try and win this championship. Of course, these teams probably not as well drilled as in the past. Been a lot of road racing through this summer. They wouldn't have had weeks and weeks of training together. Probably just thrown together in the last couple of weeks. The Victorian team, as they head down the back straight, the speeds have definitely changed in teams pursuing and individual pursuing over the last decades, mainly due to the different gear ratios these teams ride. Moving nicely though, working well together, this Victorian team. See if they can get themselves up into the top 2 places. We'll see how they are at the halfway mark. They went through the first one in 1:08. They've done their second 1,000 metres in 1 minute flat. Gives you an idea of once they're on top of those big gears, now they're travelling around the track at 60 kilometres an hour, working as a team. Try and hold that sort of pace, even try and go a little bit quicker if they can, as they move towards the finish here. Gap's just opening up a little bit. There's always that one rider who's just that little bit stronger, puts the team under a bit of pressure. They were right up on the wheel before, and now they're just starting to give a little bit more space to the wheel in front of them. But moving nicely, just the same, the Victorian team. Come through this time with 5 laps to go. Went 1:08 and then they went 2:08. So we'll see how they're travelling when they come through with just 1,000 metres left to go this time. We'll see where their time is. The Victorian team goes through 3:10. They've gone through in a 1:02 for their 3rd kilometre, so they're just coming off the pace a little bit. That 3rd kilometre just being a little bit heavier for the Victorian team. Still with 4 riders though. They come through with 3 to go. It's a nice place to be though. They're on a medal, regardless of what they do here. And it's good that Victoria has got themselves back into a situation of being able to put a team out on the track. A number of the top teams pursuit riders in Australia, all on the road already this year. And Continental teams, World Tour teams, and a lot of them had heavy summers in the Pro Velo Series. And of course we have our National Road Championships in January, which takes care of a number of our top track cyclists. They'll go through with 1 lap to go now. sitting around about the 12 to 13 second. We'll see how they go. We'll see where Victoria finish off here. They go through 4:12 is the time they set, and New South Wales and Queensland to come. Welcome the team of New South Wales onto the track now, represented by Will Cooper, Dylan Ether, Kurt Ether and Cam Scott. The team of New South Wales, they'll be looking to get themselves inside a time of 4 minutes 12 so they can ride for gold or silver a little bit later on. Trying to get on top of the gear there, the fourth rider of New South Wales. A little bit of trouble out of the gate. Trying to get the bike up to speed now. Almost had the impression that the wheel might have been jamming, but he's up to speed now. He gets himself onto the back end of the field. So New South Wales, Cooper, the two Ether brothers and Cam Scott. Heading down the back straight, up onto pace now nicely. Just got to get themselves into the final here. They can go and try and set the fastest time possible, but there's really no need. It's just about getting into the final. You can use your best legs in the gold medal ride-off. No need for bragging rights in the qualifier if you know you're within that qualifying ride. There's more racing to be done here over the next few days, and your legs will only do so much. The New South Wales team, such a rich history in the team's pursuit. Good to see we've got a New South Wales team in the top flight for this year. That's Cam Scott. The Australian bike swings up. Coming to the home straight this time, moving nicely. Long turns being done by the New South Wales teams, getting themselves well and truly into the pace. You see what I mean about the technique of some of these teams. They wouldn't have been spending the time that once upon a time these teams would have come together 2 or 3 times a week even to do their team's pursuit training, but with the road season that we have now in summer, not available to do those sorts of extra time and training. 2:07 through the first 2 kilometres for these guys. So they've got themselves inside the time of the Victorian team, so they're right on schedule to put themselves in the right place. Seems simple, doesn't it? 2:07 at the halfway. Now they're just going to go around and do 2 1-minute rolling kilometres and they'll be fine into the final. Or even do 1:02s, 60 plus kilometres an hour. They're looking very, very smooth indeed. They'll come into the home straight with 5 laps to go at the moment. Travelling at that little bit quicker than the Victorian team. This type of ride, you want to try and finish with all 4 riders and make the final. It gives that little bit more confidence to the team. They come through this time. 1,000 metres to go. 3:07. So they're inside the time of the Victorian team, setting themselves up for around about a 3:09, 3:10 pace, which will be more than enough to get themselves into the gold medal ride-off. Down to 3 riders now. They head down the back straight. They'll come in this time with 2 laps to go. Ether on the front as they head to the back straight at this time. Third rider just a little bit further off the back wheel. Still working turns with 1 to go as Cam Scott, comes through to the front now. He'll lead them home down the back straight. Looking at around about the 4:09, 4:10 mark at the moment for these riders. They'll come up into the home straight. They'll stop the clock. 4:07 in the end. They really moved nicely over the last couple of laps there, the New South Wales team. They'll go into the final. It'll happen later today, and we'll wait for Queensland to come out and see who will join New South Wales in the final. Welcome the team of Queensland into the home straight now. Noah Blannon, Rowan Hayden-Smith, James Moriarty and Declan Trezise. Queensland team getting themselves away. James Moriarty, second wheel on a big gear there. Took the Australian Individual Pursuit Championship for the first time the other night, just outside the Australian record as well. So really on some good form. Queensland team just missed out on the National Championship last year. Nothing between them and the team from Western Australia. So they'll be here for one reason and one reason only. Go as close to that national record time as they possibly could, the championship record time, and get themselves a gold medal, because they have a very good 4 riders here for the Nationals this year. First thing they need to do though is just get themselves qualified. So Moriarty on the front doing that longer turn. He'll do the longer turn than most of the teammates. We'll come up through the first 1,000 metres. 1:06 to start off. 1:06 start off here. You're pretty much looking at around about a 4:06, 4:07 pace, the way these guys will be going. And then they'll try and just do a little bit more when they get to the final. Needed to be around the 4-minute mark last year for these riders in the final against WA. They're now really moving, because I'm basing a 4:06, 4:07 on if they just go through and do 1-minute kilos, but the way they're moving, 58, 59 rolling kilometres here is well within the capabilities of this quartet. Halfway mark now for the Queensland team. Let's see how they're travelling. 2:04, moving beautifully. So they've done a second 1,000 metres in 58 seconds. Really moving nicely here. Down to 3 riders. Lose one in qualifying. Rowan Hayden-Smith. He swings up. So Moriarty Trezise and Noah Blannon are the three riders who are left. Moriarty on the front. They're going that little bit quicker now as they hear the call from the coach, Jordan Kirby. Moriarty on the front. Moriarty swings up, hands over to Noah Blannon down the back straight. Then Declan Trezise up onto his wheel. We'll come through the 3,000 metre mark now. We'll have a look at the time. 3:02. Once again, another 58-second split for the rolling kilometre. So Queensland going to try and get themselves the championship record here in qualifying. They're close. They're there and thereabouts. Really trying to move here. The Queenslanders down the back straight. They are well clear of the rest as far as qualifying times go. No real surprise. They've turned up with a crack unit. Head down the back straight now. Trezise on the front. Then Moriarty. Then Blannon. They'll come in with 1 lap to go, the Queensland team. They have a look at the time. 3:45. They're well and truly on the 4-minute pace here. As they go down the back straight, Trezise still leads. The other one who'll bring them into the home straight and bring them home. Queensland are going to come up and stop the clock. 4 minutes, 0.683, 4:00.683. 7 seconds clear of New South Wales. Nice ride from the Queensland team. Put themselves in the box seat for the National Championship, which we'll see this evening. Move on now to event 156A on our program here. This is our junior men sprint semi-final. Welcome from Queensland, the rider Mitchell Louis, and his opponent from the ACT is Angus Withington. Mitchell Louis, fastest qualifier here this morning. Draws front spot, and he'll lead away for this first one. Head down the back straight with a lap and a half to go now. Mitchell Louis keeping a good eye on Angus Withington. He's got him for speed and pace, but you still have to pay attention to what your opponent is doing. We're coming to the home straight this time. Louis leads, starts to get up onto speed. Withington drops into the slipstream. They head down the back straight, can't quite get close enough to him. Louis too strong from the front. He's going to take the first ride in the Sprint Championship semi-final. Move on to heat number 2, race 1, the junior 19 men sprint semi-final. We welcome onto the track from New South Wales. This is Patrick May, and from Victoria, Isaac Byrne. Patrick May, the faster qualifier between these two. Nothing between them though. 0.1 of a second, so should be a good tactics between the two. I'll come round at this time with 2 to go. Patrick May just keeping an eye on where Isaac is, staying low on the track. Isaac needing to gain a little bit of height, he feels, to try and just start to force Patrick into moving possibly a little bit earlier than he normally would want to. Now he's starting to get up onto pace. Patrick May rode well in the 1,000-metre time trial yesterday. And come through this time. Go through the 200. Patrick May not underway yet, neither is Isaac Byrne. Now they're going to have to move down the back straight. Patrick May getting on with the job at hand nicely, just speeding up in the saddle. Going to take that one on half a bite length in the end. He did that very nicely, Patrick May. No looking over the shoulder in that one. Just kept going for the line. Nice to see. Good ride. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next of our finals here today. This will be the para men and women at C1 to C3 individual pursuit. In back straight, we welcome from Victoria, Talia Clayton-Goody, and in the home straight, we welcome from Queensland, Paige Greco. 3,000 metres, the journey for these two. And this is the final ride. So, championships on the line here for our para-athletes as they go through. Paige Greco comes through her first 1,000 metres, 1:22.332, as she goes out after Talia Clayton-Goody. Of course, as is the case with our para-athletes, these categories range from C1 through to C5 and AW2. So not necessarily end of the event when the catch takes place with some of these different divisions. This Paige up round the outside of Talia as they head through the home straight this time, still both going for times. Paige Greco goes through with 4 laps to go. Goes down the back straight. Moving nicely, we've got Talia Clayton-Goody. She'll get 4 to go now, the Victorian. Both these riders, multiple national championships. This is Paige Greco, one of our leading Paralympian champions. 3.5 laps to go for Paige. She heads down the back straight. She'll come to the home straight this time. 2 to go. Moving nicely. Talia Goody, Clayton-Goody moving very nicely as well. They're riding the best time that they can produce here for their categories. There'll be 1 to go for Paige when she comes through this time. Paige Greco comes into the home straight. Going to finish off her ride here. Goes across in 4:02.02 for Paige. Talia Clayton-Goody still heads towards the back straight to finish off her ride. Comes up and stops the clock at 4:16.715 for Talia. Of course, Paige goes in the WC3 category and Talia goes in the WC2 category. So national championships once again for each of our riders there with Paige and Talia. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next of our championship finals. This is the MC2 division. In the back straight from New South Wales, we have Gordon Allen. In the home straight from South Australia, we have Darren Hicks. Gold and silver on the line between these two. Away now between these two, Hicks and Allen. Gordon Allen very sharp in the 1,000-metre time trial, the sprint events. Goes nicely in the individual pursuit as well. And Darren Hicks, once he gets himself going, he really does travel at high speed in these individual pursuits. Two of the legends of our Paralympian teams, Gordon Allen and Darren Hicks. Allen heads down the back straight. He's up on his schedule, the New South Wales rider. And now Darren Hicks has got himself moving very nicely indeed. Once he gets that rhythm, he'll take on pretty much anyone, Darren Hicks. Gordon Allen has got the better of him for now. The standing start does make a difference though. Hicks goes through. Allen now in the home straight with us. Still leads Darren Hicks to this point of the journey. .117 for Gordon Allen through his first 1,000 metres. Just over 2 seconds in front of Darren Hicks for now. Darren Hicks, you can see the momentum is just starting to carry him around the track that little bit better and starting to take some time out of Gordon Allen. Allen is up on his schedule though, watching his coach in the back straight, stepping towards the rider. It's showing him where he is against Hicks. Now Darren Hicks right up on the pace of Gordon Allen. Just half a second, 0.4 of a second, the difference between the two at the end of that lap. He'll come through this time with 5 laps to go, He'll come through this time with 5 laps to go, and he goes to the lead. 0.4 in front of Gordon Allen now, Darren Hicks. Both riders moving very nicely. This for the gold and silver medal in the championship here today. Para MC2 division. Gordon Hicks and Duncan Allen. Big evening of racing ahead of us as well here today, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be able to catch all of the action on SBS On Demand and KO with Kate Bates and Scott McGrory. I hope you've been enjoying the action we've been able to bring you on the day shift here through the AusCycling YouTube channel. And now the Elite program on, we'll find all of the finals action on SBS On Demand and KO. But we'll be with you right up until the end of the Saturday program on AusCycling's YouTube channel. I hope you can join us. If you're in Queensland, if you're in Brisbane, I hope you can join us at the Velodrome over the weekend. Darren Hicks goes through with 1 lap to go. Gordon Allen in the back straight, still moving very nicely indeed. I'll come round half a lap to go for Gordon as we have Darren Hicks join us in the home straight. Another national title for Darren Hicks as he goes across the line. Finishes off in the time of 3:40.977. Gordon Allen 3:44.853. Welcome our next rider up onto the velodrome, representing Queensland. This is Kyle Willis in the MC3 category. Kyle's underway. He's been riding well this week, as usual. Taking national titles already in the time trial and the scratch race. Now he wants to be adding the individual pursuit and another good time to his list. Nine laps to go for Kyle as he goes through this time. Moving nicely. I said this before, but I'll say it again. Got to see Kyle start racing here back in around 2018, 2019. And he has improved every year as he goes through. Much stronger bike rider now than he was then. Really establishing himself nicely in the para discipline. Good to see the development of the para team as well. Great support in Queensland, great support of the Australian cycling team for our para athletes. We've had huge success at the Olympic Games and World Championships over the years. Of course, then we've seen the para divisions be embraced by World Cup situations. We saw that here when we had the Brisbane World Cup here some years ago now, with para racing taking place, Oceania Championships as well. Once upon a time, the para teams, they really had to scrape together their own bikes. You saw a big mix match of bikes a decade ago in the para teams. Nowadays, they're riding the same bikes as the Australian team does, the Olympic team, the Argon 18s with the disc wheels from Campagnolo or Zip. So it's great to see full support between and behind our para athletes. 4 laps to go this time for Kyle Willis. Matt to Olivia. Do you have an update on the screen? Last lap now for Kyle Willis as he goes through on his way to another national title here in the MC3 division of our para athletes. He goes across the line. 350.579 there for Kyle. So it's a nice time. That's the first of our para individual pursuits out the way, done and dusted. National Championships for Darren Hicks, Kyle Willis and Paige Greco. We move on to back to our Junior 19 Sprint Championship. We move on to our semi-finals once again with the junior men sprint. This is race number 2 of heat number 1. We welcome back onto the track from the ACT, Angus Withington, and from Queensland, Mitchell Louis. Mitchell Louis is one ride up in this best of 3 decider. Withington leads away this time. We're trying to work out what he's got to do to beat Louis here. Mitchell hasn't shown any chinks in the armour just yet. Comfortably with his qualifying ride was excellent. Comfortably through in the quarterfinals. Took care of the first ride of this semi. He'll be wanting to relax, but get this one out the way so we can concentrate on this evening's program. Angus Withington, already been on the podium in the 1,000-metre time trial. Beautiful time in there in the 1:4 region. Trying to work out what he can do to try and unsettle Mitchell Louis. Head down the back straight. Pace just starting to creep up a little bit here between Withington and Louis. Into the home straight. Withington going to make this a long one. He figures I might as well be well and truly going if he's going to come at me fast. I go through the 200. Withington full noise down the back straight, but Mitchell Louis just too strong, just too quick. Withington turns off the gas as soon as he sees the shadow appear next to him. So Mitchell Louis, clean pair of wheels there in front of Angus, and Angus will come back later today and race for the bronze medal. Heat 2, race 2 for our semi-final now. Welcome back onto the track from New South Wales, Patrick May, and his opponent from Victoria, Isaac Byrne. Patrick May leads 1-0 in this best of three. Coming to the home straight this time, Isaac Byrne. Just keeping an eye on Patrick May, trying to keep him high. That's the secret. You've got the faster rider against you. And keep a good eye on them, just try and hold them up as best you can. Doesn't always work as they head down the back straight. Patrick May gets underneath into the metre line first. They've come up with 1 lap to go now. Isaac Byrne gains some height. Patrick May in the saddle, down the back straight, increasing the pace. Such a strong rider in that position, and he just keeps increasing in the saddle. No effort looks to be made by Patrick May, and he's going to win it again by just about half a bite length there. All Isaac could do was get to the bottom bracket. Doesn't move the upper body at all, Patrick May, all the way through to the line. Very strong ride indeed, and he goes through to the semi-final. He goes from the semi-final into the final against Mitchell Louis. Welcome our new rider up onto the track. This is the para men and women C4 to C5 WB and MB individual pursuits. The first rider to come up onto the track is Keely Kitkovics in the AW2 division. 4,000 metres. Kitkovic comes into the home straight, finishing off his first 1,000 metres of this journey now. Goes through 1:19.674. We've seen him with a couple of national champions jerseys already in this championships this week, in the scratch race and in the time trial. A number of different divisions that we have with the para athletes. Good to see them competing so well here this week as part of this national championships. Of course, setting themselves up, trying to get themselves a world's selection as we move forward throughout the year. Keely comes up through the 2,000 metre mark, moving nicely. 2:32 there. Big negative split on his first 1,000 metres by nearly 10 seconds there. So got himself moving nicely here. 4,000 metres the journey. It's a long way, 4,000 metres in an individual pursuit. These guys make it look so smooth. They look like they're not making an effort at all, don't they? But they are absolutely flat out here, trying to hold on to that pace the whole way around. It's not like a sprint effort. We just absolute full noise for that couple of 100 metres. These guys are at full noise the entire 16 laps. But they've got to judge that to absolute perfection. Just hold on to that pace the whole way. We've seen one or two riders blow themselves up early on in the pursuit riding this week, especially in the junior 17 and 15 divisions. Saw a lot of fast starts, but one or two slow finishes when they started to just get full of juice as far as the lactic acid in their legs. It really is an art form, a real talent, this individual pursuit over 4,000 metres. As Keely goes through his first 3,000, 3:47, really moving nicely. Looking forward to another champion's jersey here in just a few moments' time. Once we've completed our pursuit championship, it goes through 3 laps to go now. One of the best in the business in the coaching world and in the pursuiting world, Jordan Kirby, 2017 individual pursuit champion of the world. Comes in now, 500 metres left to travel. One lap to go now for Keely Kitkovic, the Queenslander on the home track. Set a solid tempo throughout. Set on the, hasn't blown up at all, lifting a little bit as he comes towards the finish now and into the home straight. So Keely Kitkovic will come in and he'll stop the clock on time of 5:01.072. Finish off his individual pursuit championship. Move on to the final of the WC4 Championship. Welcome welcome in the back straight from Victoria, this is Sharon Boyd. And in the home straight from South Australia, this is Meg Lemon. Good contest here being put up by Sharon Boyd. This is the WC4 Championship between these two. She's gone out to a nice, strong start against Meg Lemon. I'll go back to their start-finish points this time for their first 1,000 metres. Boyd goes through 1:20.05. 3-second lead over the top of Meg Lemon at the moment. 3.8 in actual fact, so we'll see how that travels over this next few laps. Meg's very consistent with her pace when she individual pursuits. Sharon Boyd is really motoring though. 3.9, so Sharon Boyd keeps on taking time away from Meg Lemon here with this first 6 laps. 10 to go for both riders. It was 3 point now it's 3.6. Meg Lemon, her pace doesn't change, she's just strong. Starting to take the time back against Sharon Boyd now. Sharon heads down towards the back straight. She's going to see 9 laps to go. We'll see what the time difference is at this time. It was 3.6, now it's 3.222. Meg Lemon starting to take back time against Sharon Boyd. Halfway mark. Sharon Boyd goes through. Now it's 2.5 seconds. So Meg Lemon taking the best part of 0.4 to half a second each lap at the moment. Getting herself back in the business end of this pursuit between these two riders. Boyd hits the back straight, going nicely. Goes from 2.5 to now 1.6. Meg Lemon coming home very nicely here in this one. Really starting to lift her pace against Sharon Boyd, trying to get herself back into the lead here of this championship. Still 6 laps to go when they come through this time, and Meg Lemon almost back to the lead now. 0.3 the difference. It's been a good fight by Sharon Boyd, who's really taken on Meg Lemon in this final. Neck and neck between them now. But Meg Lemon will come into the home straight. Find herself now in the lead. She reverses it, 0.8 of a second difference now between the two, but with Meg Lemon in the lead of this championship. Meg Lemon going out to a Sizable lead now. She'll come through with 3 laps to go. Great to see Sharon Boyd taking her on. Another one of the riders I've had the pleasure of watching improve over the last several years. Wouldn't have done that in the past against Meg Lemon. Took her on this time over that first 3,000 metres very nicely indeed, but Meg Lemon showing she's in the top spot here. Having a little bit of adjustment in the home straight. 2 laps to go for Meg. Lap and a half now in the back straight. Climbing the top of the banking, just using a bit of a run down the track. Staying on top of the gear. It's getting a little bit uncomfortable there, Meg, as she goes through. 1 lap to go, last lap for her now. Sharon Boyd now gets the bell, the Victorian. Meg Lemon's gone into normal handlebars as she comes into the home straight. She's starting to look a little bit uncomfortable. She's going to finish off. She's going to take another national championship here for Meg Lemon. Nice piece of riding. Sharon Boyd goes through the 200-metre mark as she heads towards her finishing point. The silver medal for Sharon. Good racing, good contest between the two. We now welcome Alana Forster into the home straight. She competes in the WC5 category. About to set her time in the 4,000 metres individual pursuit. Alana Forster up onto the speed nicely here. Good position on the bike, very strong athlete against the watch. Puts back into the sport as well, Alana, with volunteering and helping at all levels. Looking resplendent on the Australian team Argon bike, the Australian team helmet as well, as she comes up to go through her first 1,000 metres just inside the 120, so on good pace here. Seen some great racing over the past 6 days through our under 15 and under 17 championships. Seen records broken, and of course watching our under 15 and under 17 championships, a number of those names we'll probably have to keep remembering as we move through to 2032. They're about the right age group of this next 7 years to develop into the top tier of the national team. Of course, our elite teams at the moment, they'll be looking forward to LA 28 moving forward. Plenty of racing to come. Get the feeling we're going to see the Nations Cup back in Australia a couple of times, maybe even 3 times before we get to the Brisbane Olympics. Who knows, we might even see it here before the LA Olympics. That would be good to see the top riders all around the world descend on Queensland once more to get their points to be able to qualify and race at the Olympic Games. So many opportunities, so much to look forward to. Racing really evolving in Australia with the Pro Velo Series on the road and the National Road Championships in Western Australia. The Omnium Championships, Madison Championships taking place in Victoria. Of course, the fastest track in the land, Anna Meares Velodrome. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else for the championships. Alana will come into the home straight at this time, achieved 6 laps to go. 2 more heats, 2 more championship rides to come after this one before we do our presentations for our para-athletes. A 6 p.m. start to our evening program. So if you're watching around the country, 6 p.m. start, Queensland time. Make the change differences to where you are. As Alana comes through with 5 laps to go. Moving nicely. Still sticking on the schedule very nicely. Went through in 350.232 in her 3,000 metres here, Alana. Just coming back up onto the schedule here, 4, then 3. That's the call we hear from the coach down on the infield. Big thank you to all of our volunteers and coaches here this week during the championships. We've got our live streaming service being brought to us by the crew that Bear Liang has put together. Of course, all volunteers, predominantly parents of the kids who race, bringing this vision. As you can see, centre screen with Alana. It's a very good picture that they bring to us. 1 lap to go now for Alana Forster as she heads around the track. Looking to finish off her day here with another national championship in the para division. WC5 championship once again for Alana Forster. We now welcome our next race to come out onto the track. This is the WB category, Tandem. We welcome Jodie Willis-Roberts from Queensland with her pilot, Jodie Hayward. Underway now for one of our newer pairings in our tandem teams. Jodie Willis-Roberts with her pilot. Leading her is Jodie Hayward. Travelling nicely as they come up through the first 4 laps. 128.353 for Jodie Willis-Roberts and Jodie Hayward. They took a medal in the time trial a couple of days ago here at the championships. Now looking to try and do the time that will give them the national championship here today as they head down the back straight. Through the halfway point now for Jodie Willis-Roberts. 249.284 for this pairing of Queensland riders as they head down the back straight. They're moving nicely, setting a good tempo. Call from the coach, staying on schedule as they come through. If you're joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel, big night of racing ahead. We've got the Elite Women Team Sprint this evening. The Junior Women 19 Teams Pursuit Final. The Junior Men's Sprint Final as well for gold, silver and bronze. Elite Men's Sprint will carry on with semi-finals and finals. We've got the Elite Women Elimination. As we look through the list, Junior Men's Individual Pursuit Finals. Junior Women's Points Race Final as well. And of course, we'll be finishing off the night with the Elite Men's Sprint and Teams Pursuit this evening before we roll into the final big 3 days of racing. Plenty of racing still to come, and we've got a big night planned for Saturday night here, and of course we'll be finishing off on Sunday with a day session. Four laps to go now for this pairing as they go through 4:14 through the 12 laps. Been sitting at the same tempo, solid tempo throughout this one. A pairing of Willis-Roberts and Hayward. Hayward, the rider who pilots this tandem as they'll come through this time with 3 laps to go. Just being asked for a little bit more from the coach as they go through that time, 2.5. They'll join us in the home straight again. It's getting tough work out there as they get through now with 2 laps to go. Bell lap this time. They'll go through the Queensland pairing, moving nicely. It's tough work, these 4,000 metre individual pursuits. For some reason, a 4,000 metre time trial or a 4 kilometre time trial on the road doesn't seem quite as hard, but on the individual pursuit, it is much tougher. Maybe it's just in the mind, but they'll go to the line, finish off their ride here nicely. 5:39.683 for this Queensland pairing. We've got one more final to come before our presentations and the close of our session. And of course, we start again at 6 p.m. this evening for the evening session. If you're in the Brisbane area and you're joining us on our AusCycling YouTube channel, I know you are because we've been watching the numbers and they've been very good. You can join us here at AMV for the racing. It'll be a good night of racing. The Elite Sprint Championship as one of those contests that we'll see. If you're not joining us here, you can join us on SBS On Demand and KO with Scott McGorry and Kate Bates bring you all the action. We move on to our final heat now. We welcome the rider of Zachariah Clarkson, and his pilot is Peter Spencer, representing Queensland. Underway with our Queensland rider, Zach Clarkson. Going to get the bike up to speed as they come into the home straight. Come around to finish off their first kilometre here, Zach Clarkson. Nicely done. 1:18.77 for this pairing. The pilot here, Peter Spencer, man on the front steering the rig of the tandem. Come through, sitting on nice tempo here. Doing it the hard way as well. Can't see a coach on the infield for this pairing. I can see photographers, I just can't see a coach. So, using the feel method, just going to go absolutely flat out over their 4,000 metre journey as they travel around the track. 2:33 is the time they put through the first 2,000 metres here. Team of Zachariah Clarkson, Peter and Spencer as the pilot as they go through. Setting a nice tempo here. No coach to spot to get an idea of how they are on schedule. They're just out to do the absolute fastest ride they can here. They head down the back straight. Of course, ask our para-athletes to ready themselves for their medal ceremony, which will start happening after the completion of this ride. They'll come through now for 4 laps to go for Zachariah Clarkson and Spencer. They go through 3:48 it is, 3:48.332 as they go through their 3,000 metres. It's a tough ride, the 4,000 metre individual pursuit. They're doing a good job of it. Looking good in the Queensland colours. Double discs on the tandem. Not the easiest thing to steer. It does take a fair bit of skill, what we've seen here over the last 6 days of competition through all of our divisions. For those of you who haven't ridden a velodrome before, I do encourage you to go to your local velodrome, your local track. A number of come and try sessions that you can do at the local clubs just to find out. Who knows? You might actually like it. You might actually enjoy the idea of going fast on an indoor velodrome. 1 lap to go now as he comes into the home straight. Zachariah Clarkson and Peter Spencer. Half a lap to go for them as they go down the back straight. Getting some good encouragement from their fellow riders. And they'll come through this time. And they're going to stop the clock. A nice ride. 5:03.250 for Clarkson. Calling on all of our para-athletes who have won championships and medals. Well, please make your way over to the presentation area. That's all of our para-athletes to the presentation area, please. all para-athletes, please make your way to the medal ceremony area. That's all para-athletes. Please make your way to the medal ceremony area. Falling para individual pursuit. There's only one thing worse than para individual pursuit. Para time trial. You know what's worse than para time trial? Para fucking track racing. There's no riders in there. Riders ride on track. Ride as part of the community. Look, these chicks didn't walk around bloody Megalendon. They've been warming up down for half an hour and they're still not over there yet. And don't think that these girls don't know what these girls, I've interviewed these two kids, they're gorgeous. It's not like you have to... I've got somewhere to be. I've got somewhere to be. Yeah, I'm going with Craig Chapman and Scott McGorry. I had a chance to get to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, our Para Champions ceremony. The MC2 Championship, winner of the silver medal from New South Wales, Gordon Allen. Winner of the gold medal and national champion from South Australia, Darren Hicks. Ladies and gentlemen, our MC3 champion of Australia, representing Queensland, Kyle Willis. Our WC2 champion of Australia, representing Victoria, Talia Clayton-Goody. Our WC3 champion of Australia, representing Queensland, Paige Greco. Our WC4 championship in second place. Please welcome from Victoria, Sharon Boyd. Our national champion from South Australia, Meg Lemon. Our WC5 champion, representing Victoria, Alana Forster. Our AW2 category champion of Australia, representing Queensland, Keely Kitkovics. We move on to our WB Tandem champions. Please welcome from Queensland, Jodie Willis-Roberts and her pilot, Jodie Hayward. We welcome now our MB Tandem champions of Australia, representing Queensland, Zachariah Clarkson and Peter Spencer, pilot. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please show your appreciation for our champions here in the para categories. And that concludes our ceremony and our day session. We'll be back at 6 p.m. for racing. If you've joined us on the YouTube AusCycling channel, please join us on SBS On Demand and on KO with Kate Bates and Scott McGorry for this evening's session.